Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by Richard Morris, Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight. Chapter 1, Yuletide in Camelot. The snows had come early to Camelot that year, blanketing the hills and turrets of King Arthur's kingdom in a soft, glittering white. Frost clung to the branches of the leafless trees like spun silver, and the river that once flowed beside the castle walls had slowed to a sleepy trickle beneath a veil of ice. The world beyond was silent and still, but within the castle, life surged. The great hall was alive with light, laughter, and the sounds of celebration. Tapestries fluttered above roaring hearth fires. The scent of roasted boar, cloves, and honeyed wine drifted through the air. Long tables, heavy with winter's bounty, stretched across the hall, and at their head sat the High King himself, Arthur Pendragon, bright-eyed and golden-haired, his legendary sword Excalibur gleaming at his side. Beside him sat Guinevere, his queen, serene and graceful, adorned in a gown of winter-blue velvet that shimmered like moonlight on snow. Around them were the knights of the Round Table, Sir Lancelot, valiant and proud, Sir Bedivere, silver of tongue and loyal of heart, and Sir Gawayne, the youngest among them, a nephew of the king, quiet and modest in his noble strength. It was Christmas Day, and the court had gathered for the 12 days of feasting and games that followed the holy celebration. Minstrels sang of ancient heroes and battles long past. Jongleurs tumbled and flipped for the amusement of the lords and ladies, their laughter mingling with the music. Yet a tradition of King Arthur's court was firm and well known. The king would not feast on the first day of Yuletide until he had witnessed a marvel, some strange or wondrous tale to stir the blood and ignite the spirit. Arthur, ever the seeker of the marvelous, sat upright on his throne, eyes scanning the hall with eager expectation. "Let no man say," he declared, "that Camelot grows dull in its peace. If no challenge is offered before the bread is broken, then we shall ride out and make one." His words sparked a chorus of laughter. Some knights jested that Arthur would conjure a dragon with his tongue alone, or challenge a passing snowstorm to a duel. But others glanced nervously at the door, as if in this enchanted court, words might summon more than jest. Sir Gawayne, seated modestly beside Sir Agravaine, leaned forward slightly, his brow knit. Though young, he understood that the king's craving for adventure often brought with it peril. He admired Arthur deeply, yet felt the quiet burden of vigilance. Suddenly, the great doors of the hall swung open. A cold gust swept through the room, extinguishing a dozen torches in its path. The music stopped, the jesters froze. Even the hearth fire seemed to falter. A single rider entered the hall, mounted on a steed of emerald hue. Horse and rider both shone green, not with the tarnish of sickness, but with the sheen of living moss, polished jade, and forest leaves at midsummer. The man was immense, taller than any knight present, his shoulders as broad as two men. His beard flowed like ivy, and in one massive hand he held, not a sword, but a great axe, its edge gleaming silver and wickedly sharp. He wore no armor. His flesh was green as holly leaves, and his eyes sparkled with uncanny life. Yet there was no malice in them, only challenge. A hush fell over the hall. The Green Knight dismounted and strode forward. "Which of you is governor of this gathering?" he asked in a deep, ringing voice. "To him I give my greeting and my game." Arthur rose, calm despite the marvel before him. "You have found the court of Arthur, noble stranger," he said, "and you are most welcome. Tell us your purpose." "I come," said the Green Knight, "not to quarrel, but to test. I seek not battle, but sport. I offer a challenge to one man only." He raised his axe high. "Let one knight strike me a single blow with this axe. I shall not resist, but 1 year hence that man must seek me out and submit to the same blow in return. Such is the pact." The hall stirred with murmurs. This was no ordinary test. The knights glanced at one another, some with dread, others with doubt. When none stepped forward, the Green Knight mocked them gently. "What? Is this the court of which men sing? The fabled Round Table, whose champions fear no foe? Has cowardice crept into Camelot's heart?" Arthur, his pride piqued, stepped down from his throne. "Then I shall take the challenge myself, if none else will stand." But Gawayne rose from his seat. "My lord," he said humbly, "let this honor fall to me. You are our king. If I fail, I am but a lesser man, yet your life is worth all our own. Let me take your place." Arthur looked into his nephew's eyes, filled with both courage and humility. He nodded once. "Then take the axe, Sir Gawayne, and may God judge us both." Gawayne stepped forward, hands steady as he took the great weapon. The Green Knight knelt before him, baring his neck without flinching. "Strike," he said, "and remember your oath. In 1 year on New Year's Day, you must come to me and receive the same." Gawayne, honoring the pact, lifted the axe and brought it down with strength and precision. The blade struck true, severing the Green Knight's head clean from his shoulders. The head rolled across the stone floor. Yet to the horror and wonder of all, the body did not fall. Instead, the Green Knight calmly reached down, lifted his severed head by the hair, and turned it toward Gawayne. "Seek me," the lips said, still moving, "at the Green Chapel. 1 year hence, fail not, brave knight." Then he mounted his steed and rode out into the snowstorm, head still in hand, and silence returned to Camelot. Chapter 2: The Beheading Game. The doors of the great hall stood agape, letting in a ghostly wind that swirled among the stunned revelers. Where once there had been laughter and music, now there was silence, deep, wide, and heavy. The only sound was the faint crackling of the hearth fire and the fading echo of hooves striking the snow-covered earth beyond Camelot's gates. All eyes turned to Sir Gawayne, who still held the Green Knight's massive axe. The weapon was heavier than it looked, its haft carved from living ashwood, and its blade still wet with blood, though the blood was the color of sap and smelled faintly of pine and cold iron. Gawayne stood motionless, brow furrowed, trying to reconcile what he had just seen. A man decapitated, who then rose, took up his head, and calmly issued a reminder of a deadly appointment, one he, Gawayne, had agreed to by his own hand. He had struck a fatal blow, and now he owed one in return. King Arthur descended from the dais and approached his nephew. He placed a firm hand on Gawayne's shoulder. "You have brought honor to this court, Gawayne. Your courage is a mirror to our name." Gawayne bowed his head. "My liege, I acted in your stead, but I confess, I do not know what I have brought into our midst." "Wonder," Arthur replied, his voice steady, "and the weight of it. We are men of the Round Table. If we shy from marvels, we are unworthy of their songs." But the Queen's face was pale, and many knights exchanged uneasy glances. The Green Knight's strange vitality defied all logic and natural law. Some whispered of dark sorcery. Others spoke of fairy realms, of creatures that bled green and could not die. Yet none dared speak aloud what many thought, that Gawayne had perhaps doomed himself to an end no blade could prevent. That evening, the feast resumed, but it lacked the sparkle of the morning. Songs were sung, but they were more subdued. Goblets were raised, but more out of ritual than revelry. Still, Arthur commanded the hall to make merry in Gawayne's honor, and the court obliged, though their laughter sounded thinner in their throats. Gawayne himself sat in quiet thought. He turned the axe over in his hands. It was beautifully made, wrought by neither mortal nor mundane smith. Its blade bore runes he could not read, and its balance was flawless. Yet to him it was no trophy. It was a token of a debt, a marker of a bargain he must repay. As the 12th day of Christmas passed, and the Yule log burned low, Gawayne began to prepare. He visited the armory, speaking with the smiths and squires, ensuring his armor was in perfect condition. His helm, his hauberk, his greaves, each was polished and checked with the diligence of a man not preparing for war, but for judgment. The axe, too, he kept near him, though he found it unsettling to gaze upon. It reminded him that in 1 year, his neck would lie beneath a stranger's blade. When the first blossoms of spring broke through the frost, Gawayne remained quiet among his fellows, though none had forgotten his vow. By summer, rumors had spread beyond Camelot of a Green Knight who could not die, and a valiant knight bound to return his stroke. Poets from Brittany to the northern marches sang ballads of the beheading game, though few understood the true fear behind the legend. In autumn, Gawayne began to map his course. The Green Knight had spoken of the Green Chapel, but no one in court or kingdom could say for certain where such a place lay. It was no common church, that much was clear. If it existed at all, it lay hidden in forest or fen, beyond the reach of ordinary men. When the first snows returned, Gawayne stood before the king once more. "My lord," he said, "the year turns. I must honor my vow." Arthur rose and embraced him. "Then go, Gawayne, and know that whatever fate awaits you, your name is already legend." Guinevere gave him a token, a small cross of gold, which he tied to his belt. The knights of the Round Table stood in solemn silence as Gawayne mounted his horse, Gringalet, and rode out from Camelot with nothing but his shield, his sword, and the axe of the Green Knight strapped across his back. A strange calm settled over the court after his departure, as though a part of Camelot itself had gone with him into the wild. Thus began the year of Gawayne's quest, a journey not merely over mountain and moor, but into the very heart of fear temptation, and truth. Chapter 3: A Knight's Honours. The wind whispered across the battlements of Camelot like a ghost bidding farewell. Sir Gawayne, cloaked in crimson and silver, rode alone from the castle gates beneath a sky thick with low-hanging clouds. Winter had not yet loosened its grip on the land, and the morning air was sharp with frost. Gringolet, his proud and loyal steed, snorted and stamped as they passed under the great stone archway, as if aware that this was no ordinary errand of chivalry, but a pilgrimage into peril. From the ramparts, the knights of the Round Table watched in reverent silence. Arthur stood among them, a tall figure wrapped in furs, his expression grim but resolute. He had not tried to dissuade Gawayne, for a vow made by a knight of Camelot could not be unmade by a king's concern. Honor was a chain as strong as any forged in fire. Yet Arthur's heart, though proud, was heavy. Below, Queen Guinevere had placed her hand upon Gawayne's gauntlet in parting, whispering words only he could hear. "There is no shame in fear, brave knight, only in forgetting what you fight for." He had smiled, bowed low to her and the court, and departed with little more than his armor, his sword, and the Green Knight's axe across his back like a grim standard, the code he carried. As he rode through the thawing countryside, Gawayne's mind was not on glory. Rather, he turned over the silent weight of his obligation. A knight's oath was his soul. Without it, he was no more than a man with a sword. He recalled the teachings of Merlin, long ago before the old wizard vanished from court. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the refusal to be mastered by it. Yet it was not death itself that troubled Gawayne. It was the uncertainty. Who was the Green Knight truly? No mortal man could survive decapitation, and no Christian chapel could be found in any map of Britain that matched the name Green. He wondered, had he been lured into a trap, not by a man, but by some creature of fairy or demon? Had he, in defending Arthur's pride, condemned himself to a doom beyond mortal reckoning? Still, he did not turn back. Of arms and emblems, his shield bore the image of a golden pentangle, 5 interwoven lines with no beginning or end, each point a symbol of knightly virtue, generosity, fellowship, chastity, courtesy, and above all, piety. Gawayne, more than any knight, was praised for the harmony of these virtues, not the strongest, nor the most cunning, but the truest. Yet as the sun fell behind grey hills and the road lengthened into tangled forest paths, those virtues felt suddenly heavier than the steel plate that armored his limbs. Each was a vow, and each would soon be tested, not against blade or beast, but against time, temptation, and terror. In the evenings he knelt to pray beside quiet streams or in the shelter of old oaks. He spoke not of his fear, but of his need for guidance. He asked that when the moment came, he would not falter, not for his own sake, but for Camelot's. Legends and looks. As he journeyed through distant villages and wild woodlands, word of his quest rode ahead of him like wildfire. In hamlets, children peeked from behind doors to glimpse the knight who had beheaded a man who lived. Peasants offered bread and ale in quiet awe, and old men pressed him for stories by firelight. Some warned him of the Green Chapel, whispering that it lay in the lands of the hollow hills, where the dead did not rest and the trees were older than God. Others said it was not a place, but a door to another realm, ruled by beings who bore no love for mortal men, nor heed for mortal justice. Yet Gawayne thanked them all with courtesy and moved on. He bore the weight of legend now, unwillingly perhaps, but undeniably, and legends are not allowed to tremble. A faint light in a frozen land. Weeks passed, the seasons shifted slowly, grudgingly. He crossed rivers that had once teemed with fish and now groaned with thawing ice. He climbed hills where the wind howled like wolves and camped under stars that flickered pale in the deepening sky. Sometimes he would speak aloud, not to anyone in particular, but perhaps to the Green Knight himself, somewhere out there in the wilderness. "I did not fear you when you rose, but I fear I may not understand you." He sharpened his sword at night, though he suspected no blade would serve him in what lay ahead. And as the year waned, as leaves turned to gold and fell, Gawayne knew he was growing nearer to the place of his fate. The axe remained wrapped in cloth, strapped to his back like a memory he could not bury. It gleamed in the moonlight. It whispered nothing, but its silence was louder than any vow. Chapter 4. The Journey Begin. The world beyond Camelot had lost its familiarity. Sir Gawayne rode eastward, toward lands less travelled, where the wild overgrew the works of men, and the roads dissolved into bramble and fog. Behind him lay the kingdom of law and light, where oaths were honoured by men and upheld by kings. Ahead lay something older, darker, untamed. It was now late November, The forest stood stark and skeletal, their once golden leaves now fallen and dead beneath hoof and boot. Gringolet moved carefully through uneven terrain, nostrils flaring at every strange scent. Gawayne sat straight in the saddle, wrapped in a heavy cloak, his shield slung at his side, his sword sheathed but always ready. The axe of the Green Knight was bound tight in canvas, its blade unseen, but its weight ever present. No matter how he adjusted its strap, he could not forget it was there. Alone, with the land. Each morning Gawayne woke to bitter cold and silence. He broke his fast with what bread and salt meat he had, washed down with chill water or melted snow. He packed his gear carefully, speaking little, for though he often passed through quiet villages or met wayfarers along the road, he felt no kinship with them. They did not know the burden he bore. He was not questing for glory. He was not seeking treasure or dragon or maiden. He was riding to his own execution and doing so gladly. Still, the land around him seemed to stir with a strange life. Birds flew not in flocks but in pairs, circling silently overhead. He once spotted a stag standing at the edge of a clearing, so still it might have been carved from stone, its antlers tangled with ivy, its eyes unblinking. When he approached, it vanished into the trees without a sound. Sometimes he passed ancient standing stones, weathered and leaning, etched with runes no scholar of Camelot could read. They seemed to watch him. The locals spoke of them in whispers. The old stones know who walks near, one old shepherd muttered, and who walks too long. Trials of earth and spirit. Storms lashed him in the hills, rain turned to sleet, and sleet to snow. He pressed on. In a dark wood he was ambushed by bandits, ragged men driven to lawlessness by hunger and despair. He fought them not with wrath, but with restraint. When one young thief yielded, trembling, Gawayne spared him and gave him a coin besides. "Better to fight for honor than for bread," he told the boy, "but fight for your life first and find honor after." At night, the wind howled through the trees like voices crying out. Once, beneath a full moon, he dreamed of the Green Knight, not dying, not speaking, but simply watching him with eyes like green fire, saying nothing. He woke shivering, though the fire still burned. In his solitude, doubt crept in. He wondered if the Green Chapel truly existed. Perhaps the entire challenge had been a spell, some illusion to toy with his pride. Perhaps the Green Knight had vanished into mist, and Gawayne rode toward nothing but a slow and lonely death. But even if that were true, he could not turn back. Not because of pride, but because of promise. He had made a vow in the face of marvel, and a knight's word must hold, even in madness. A world with no maps. By December's first frost, the road had ceased entirely. He now rode through untamed wilderness, guided only by the tales of farmers and monks who spoke of an overgrown chapel in the hollow of the hills. He climbed one such hill on the edge of dusk. The trees had thinned here, and the landscape stretched like a frozen ocean. The wind stung his face as he scanned the horizon. To the north, he saw something that stirred hope, a ribbon of smoke rising gently into the sky, far off, just above the tree line. Shelter, perhaps guidance. He turned Gringolet in that direction, urging him on with quiet resolve. As the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky with fire, Gawayne whispered into the cold, "Let me find the path, Lord, even if it leads to my grave." And the wind, ever faithful, carried his words away. Chapter 5. Temptations of the Wild. The smoke trail that had beckoned Sir Gawayne from the ridge grew closer with each hour. By nightfall he found its source, a small wayside chapel nestled among the trees, with crumbling stones and a moss-choked bell tower that leaned precariously toward the moon. No priest answered his call. The door hung open, swaying on rusted hinges. Inside, only shadows waited, thick and ancient, disturbed by neither footstep nor flame. Gawayne made no camp within its walls. Instead, he tethered Gringolet beneath a nearby tree, lit a small fire beside the roots, and ate what remained of his salted beef and black bread. He prayed once more beneath the stars, wrapped in his cloak, feeling the pull of weariness in his bones. And in the night, the forest answered. A lady in the mist. He woke near dawn, uncertain whether he had slept or merely slipped into another kind of waking. A light mist drifted between the trees, silver with frost and scented with strange sweetness, like crushed thyme and distant roses. There, standing on the edge of the clearing, was a woman. She was cloaked in white, her face hidden beneath a veil that shimmered like gossamer. Her bare feet left no prints in the frost. She said nothing, but raised a hand and beckoned silently. Gawayne rose, sword sheathed but heart guarded, and followed. She led him deeper into the forest, where the snow melted away and green shoots sprang beneath her steps. The trees here were not wintered oaks, but lush leafy giants whose trunks glowed faintly with emerald light. The lady turned and lowered her veil. She was beautiful, beyond mortal beauty. Her skin was pale as milk, her eyes deep and violet, her hair black as a raven's wing. She looked not at his face, but into him. "You seek the green chapel," she said, her voice soft as falling leaves, "but it lies not on the path you ride." Gawayne inclined his head. "If you know the way, my lady, I would ask it of you, for I am sworn to a meeting I must not miss." "There are other paths," she replied, "and other promises. The world is wide, Sir Gawayne, and full of doors that do not open twice." She stepped closer, her hand brushing the edge of his cloak. "You ride to your death. Come with me instead. I will give you peace, rest, a life beyond pain. No blade shall touch you, no sorrow shall find you." Her words wrapped around him like perfume and fog. For a moment he saw it, a cottage in a meadow, a fire always lit, her hands in his, the axe forgotten, the challenge never met. No more cold, no more fear. He closed his eyes, but the weight of his shield pressed against his back, and the axe, still wrapped in cloth, tugged at him like a forgotten vow. He stepped back. "My lady," he said gently, "your offer tempts me more than I dare admit, but I gave my word, and a knight's honor is not his to give away." The forest darkened, her face hardened, not with anger, but with sorrow. "Then ride on," she whispered, "and may you not curse your honesty when steel finds your neck." The trees sighed, and she was gone. Whispers in the wild. He returned to Gringolet as morning broke. Snow had returned to the ground. There was no sign of the lady or the green place she had led him to. Had it been a dream, a spell, a test? He did not know, but he rode on. In the days that followed, the forest seemed to press closer. Trees leaned inward, the sky narrowed. He saw no stars for 3 nights. Once he heard music drifting on the wind, a harp, playing a tune both sad and strange. When he followed it, he found only a ring of toadstools and silence. Another time, he came upon a glade where a man sat weaving flowers into a crown. The man's face was too smooth, his eyes too old. He asked Gawayne for his name, and when Gawayne offered it, the man smiled and said, "You will not wear it long," then vanished. Even the animals seemed uncanny. Foxes that watched and did not flee, owls that hooted 3 times before sunrise, deer with antlers of ice. Each day, Gawayne resisted the urge to question his path. Each night he prayed for the strength to remain true, not to courage, but to purpose. For now he knew the forest was not merely wild, it was aware. It knew his heart, and it sought to turn it. But his honor, flawed, human, and finite, held. So he pressed on, colder, hungrier, lonelier than before, but unbroken. Chapter 6. The Castle in the Forest. The forest had grown oppressive. The sun, when it broke through the skeletal trees, was pale and cold, casting long grey shadows that stretched like fingers across Gawayne's path. For days now, he had ridden without clear direction. He trusted only instinct and the ache in his soul that told him each hoofbeat brought him closer to the place he had sworn to reach, though it still remained unseen. His provisions were almost gone. His horse, Gringolet, was weary and trembling, though still faithful. The cold had found every seam in Gawayne's armor, and though his spirit remained unbroken, his body began to falter. Snow clung to his shoulders like judgment. On the eve of Christmas, the wind picked up once more. It howled through the trees like a beast hunting in the dark. Gawayne, shivering, muttered a prayer through chattering teeth. "Lord Christ, if you hear me, grant me shelter. Not rest, not peace, just a place to gather breath. For tomorrow is your holy day, and I would not meet it frozen." He pressed on. A light in the dark. Then, as the twilight deepened and the shadows grew tall, he saw it. Not a fire, not a torch, but a light. Steady, warm, flickering faintly between the trees like a candle in a deep corridor. With what strength remained, he urged Gringolet forward. The trees thinned, snow gave way to frozen grass, and there, standing proud against the dark woods, was a castle. It was not like Camelot, with its towering banners and shining towers. This place was older, more rugged. Its stones were thick and weathered, its walls draped in ivy and frost. 4 round towers rose at the corners, each capped with conical roofs dusted in white. Windows glowed with firelight. The castle seemed both unexpected and inevitable, as though it had always been waiting for him to arrive. Gawayne approached the gates. Before he could call out, they opened silently, and a porter, a broad-shouldered man in heavy furs, stepped forth. "Enter, Sir Knight," he said without surprise. "You are expected." Gawayne blinked. "By whom?" "The lord of the house bids welcome to all who ride with purpose, especially those who ride alone." Too cold and too tired to question further, Gawayne dismounted. The porter took Gringolet gently, murmuring in his ear as though soothing a brother. Another servant appeared and guided Gawayne within. Hospitality and question. The hall within was warm and inviting, its stone walls draped with tapestries of the hunt and the harvest. A great fire roared in the hearth. The scent of roasted game and spiced wine filled the air. A tall man rose to greet him, broad of chest, with thick brown hair and a beard like tangled oak roots. His eyes were keen and kind, and he wore a hunter's cloak lined with wolf fur. "Welcome, traveler," the lord said, grasping Gawayne's arm. "You have ridden long. Rest here as long as you need. My house is yours until your road calls you onward." "I am in your debt," Gawayne replied, bowing. "I am Sir Gawayne of Camelot." The lord smiled wide. "Then this house is doubly honored. Come, sit by the fire. There will be food and warmth and no questions until your belly is full." Gawayne was grateful for the kindness. He was fed venison stew, warm bread, and mulled wine. His limbs thawed, his mind cleared. Later, after the meal, he told the lord and his household, who gathered with a kind of reverent curiosity of his quest. He did not boast. He spoke plainly, even when he described the beheading challenge. The hall grew silent as he spoke of the Green Knight and of the vow he had made. When he finished, the lord nodded slowly. "Then you are near the end of your road. The Green Chapel lies but a day's ride from here. Rest here for 3 nights, and I shall send a man to guide you on the 4th. You shall not miss your appointment." Gawayne bowed. "You honor me more than I deserve." "Nonsense," the lord laughed. "But if you truly wish to earn your keep, I propose a game." Gawayne raised an eyebrow. "I hunt each day," the lord continued. "Whatever I catch, I shall give to you at sunset. But in return, whatever you receive in this house, be it gift, token, or treasure, you must give to me. An exchange of fortunes. Agreed?" Gawayne smiled. A fair bargain. They clasped hands. That night, Gawayne was given a chamber overlooking the snowy woods. A great feather bed awaited him. His armor was cleaned and mended. His sword and shield rested beside him. But even in comfort, he could not fully sleep, for the castle was strange. Too warm, too perfect, too welcoming. And yet for the first time in many weeks, he was not alone. The Green Knight's axe still lay beneath his cloak, waiting. Chapter 7. A bargain made. Morning broke with golden light spilling across the white fields beyond the castle's stone walls. Sunlight shimmered on the frost-glazed windows, and the muffled sounds of movement stirred the still air. Firewood crackling, hooves on packed snow, hounds barking excitedly in the courtyard. Sir Gawayne rose early, bathed in steaming water brought in copper basins by silent servants, and dressed in a fresh tunic of deep red. His armor had been cleaned to a gleaming polish, his sword sharpened and laid out beside his belt. His shield, bearing the golden pentangle, the endless knot of virtue, was placed by the hearth, as if in reverence. Downstairs in the great hall, the lord of the castle waited, already cloaked in hunting leathers and fur. His bow was strung and slung over his broad shoulder, and 3 hounds pawed restlessly at his heels. "A bright day for chasing game," he said with cheer. "The snow is fresh, and the deer have grown bold. Shall we remind them of humility?" He laughed heartily, then turned to Gawayne, eyes sharp beneath thick brows. "And you, noble guest, will you keep our bargain?" "I shall," Gawayne replied, stepping forward. "Whatsoever I gain within these walls, I shall give to you upon your return. My honor binds me to it." "Excellent," the lord grinned. "Let the day begin then, with the hunt for me, and perhaps more subtle sport for you." He gave a quick, knowing glance to one of the upper balconies, though Gawayne, caught in the bustle, did not notice. With that, the lord whistled, and the hounds sprang into motion. His hunting party followed with a cry, hooves pounding over the drawbridge, vanishing into the snowy trees beyond. An unexpected visit. Left to himself, Gawayne retired to the solar above the great hall, a chamber bright with morning light and woven tapestries. A fire crackled in a stone hearth carved with images of lions and falcons. He sipped warm mead from a silver cup and allowed himself for the first time in days to relax. But he was not alone for long. There came a gentle knock at the chamber door. Before he could rise to answer, the door opened and the lady of the castle entered. She was dressed in silks of deep emerald, her dark hair unbound, flowing over her shoulders like black water. Her eyes sparkled, not with innocence but with something keener, curiosity sharpened by intent. "My lord Gawayne," she said softly, "is it not strange that a guest so noble should be left alone while the house's mistress remains unacquainted?" Gawayne stood and bowed courteously. "My lady, your presence honors me, but surely a night alone in a lady's chamber invites talk." She smiled, then let them talk. She stepped closer. "I have heard," she continued, voice low, "that you are the finest knight of Arthur's court, that your courtesy is equaled only by your purity of heart." Gawayne laughed gently, attempting modesty. "Such songs travel faster than truth." "Then let me judge the truth for myself," she whispered. There was a pause. The fire snapped in the hearth. Then, before he could move or speak, she leaned forward and kissed him softly, once upon the lips. She stepped back, leaving silence behind her like a curtain falling. "I shall not keep you," she said, turning with grace, "but I have gained something today. Will you offer it to your host when he returns?" She smiled again, slyly, and disappeared through the door. Gawayne sat still for some time. His heart beat faster than it should have. Her words, her glance, the softness of her lips, they lingered, unwelcome but not easily cast out. He breathed deeply, steadied himself, and prepared for the evening. The exchange. When dusk fell, the lord returned, snow clinging to his cloak, a brace of deer across his shoulders. He was jubilant, cheeks flushed with cold and triumph. "The forest was kind," he exclaimed. "I have meat for 3 days, and pride for a month, but now, as promised, I give you my winnings." He motioned to the servants who carried the game to the kitchens. Gawayne stood, and in return he said solemnly, "I offer you this." He stepped forward, placed a hand upon the lord's shoulder, and kissed him lightly on the cheek. The hall went silent for a breath, then burst into laughter. The lord's mirth was loudest of all. "Well struck," he said. "If this is your reward for sitting by the fire, then perhaps I hunt the wrong quarry." They feasted that night on venison and warm bread. Wine flowed, and the fire blazed high. Yet for all the merriment, Gawayne remained thoughtful. He had not broken his word. He had kept the bargain true. But the lady's visit had unsettled something in him. He had faced monsters, men, and magic, but he sensed the game had now entered a more dangerous phase, one where blades were smiles, and armor could not protect the heart. And this was only the first day. Chapter 8. The Lady's Visit. Day 1. The next morning came with silver clouds and stillness, as if the world itself held its breath. Snowflakes drifted lazily through the air, catching on the windows like whispers against glass. The castle, blanketed in white, stood in silence beneath a sky heavy with quiet. Sir Gawayne awoke in his chamber to the scent of rosewater and pine. His dreams had been restless, laced with strange symbols and half-remembered faces. He rose, dressed in a warm tunic of wool, and sat beside the hearth with a cup of spiced wine brought to him by a servant. He expected solitude, but he had barely taken a sip when the door creaked open again, without knock or herald. She stood there, the lady of the castle, this time dressed in a robe of soft silver, fastened at the waist by a slender sash of green silk. Her hair was braided like a crown, loose strands curling at her temples. She stepped into the room without pause, her expression poised yet unguarded, as if she had merely returned to a place she belonged. "My lord Gawayne," she said gently, "are you displeased to see me again?" "My lady," he replied with a courteous bow, "your presence would never displease me, but you surprise me." "Is that so terrible?" she asked, taking a seat just across from him, her hands folded in her lap. Surely a knight who keeps company with marvels might welcome a small one in his chamber. Gawayne smiled politely. "Marveling perhaps has wearied me. The comfort of a quiet room is not easily surrendered." Her eyes gleamed. "And yet you did not ask me to leave." He paused. "No," he said finally, "I did not." A game of words. What followed was not a conversation, but a duel, waged not with steel, but with syllables. The lady's speech was smooth and subtle, a dance of questions designed to pull at the edges of Gawayne's resolve. She asked him of Camelot. Was it truly as noble as the songs said? Were all the knights so valiant? Was he truly the humblest among them, as men claimed? Gawayne parried with grace, downplaying his own fame, speaking instead of Arthur's justice, of Lancelot's strength, of Percival's piety. He spoke modestly, carefully, as though navigating an invisible battlefield. Yet the lady pressed. "I think," she said, leaning just slightly closer, "that even in your modesty, you shine brighter than the tales allow. You are the flower of courtesy. Surely such a knight has known many women who adored him." Gawayne shook his head, smiling as if her words were mere jest. A knight's path is often too narrow for such pleasures. And yet, she said softly, you are not sworn to chastity. Her meaning hung between them, bold and unspoken. Gawayne felt the air thicken. The fire seemed hotter now. The room smaller. I am sworn, he said, more firmly, to courtesy, to honor, and to honesty, which means never taking what is not freely given, nor offering what is not truly meant. She studied him. For a moment her expression was unreadable. Then she rose slowly and walked toward him. He stood, uncertain what she would do. She leaned in just slightly and placed a single kiss upon his cheek. Warm, soft, measured. Then she stepped back. That then is freely given, she said with a smile. Will you offer it in your evening exchange? If it is what I have gained today, Gawayne replied, then yes, I will. She nodded once, turned and left the room as quietly as she had entered. Shadows and shame. Alone again, Gawayne stood by the hearth for a long while. His mind was troubled, not because he had broken his code, but because something within him had stirred that he had not expected. He had not sought her company, he had not encouraged her, yet he could not deny the subtle thrill, the warmth of her presence, the ache of temptation just barely resisted. He had faced death. He had faced beasts and swords and magic. But this was different. This was temptation made flesh, and it had a voice like music and eyes like deep water. He spent the afternoon in the castle's small chapel, kneeling in silence beneath an iron cross. He did not speak his guilt aloud, he merely offered it to the silence, hoping God could hear thoughts too quiet for words. The second exchange. That evening, the lord of the castle returned in high spirits, bearing a boar slain in the snowy glades beyond the hills. His men dragged the beast behind them, its tusks gleaming, its body steaming in the cold. A fine day's work, the lord boomed, but as before, what's mine is yours. Gawayne accepted the gesture, then stepped forward, placed a hand on the lord's shoulder and kissed him once upon the cheek. The laughter returned, though this time there was a note of curiosity behind it. The lord raised an eyebrow. You keep fine company by the fire. Gawayne chuckled, but said nothing more. The rules had been kept, but the game had changed. He knew it now, and tomorrow it would be harder. Chapter 9, The Lady's Visit. Day 2. The morning of the second day dawned bleak and grey. Snow drifted gently through the air like ash, and the woods beyond the castle walls stood silent under their heavy white cloaks. Inside, the fire burned low, and the stone corridors were still. So Gawayne woke before the bell. His dreams had been restless, half-formed visions of green light, of hands reaching through mist, of voices calling his name from behind walls he could not see. He dressed quietly, the cold creeping even through his woolen garments. He lit no fire in his chamber. He had begun to understand that warmth here came with conditions. The castle itself seemed too generous, too enchanted, and yet he remained, honor-bound to face each test, each temptation, as they came. And they came again. The second visit. Just after sunrise, as the frost still clung to the narrow glass panes, she arrived once more. The lady of the castle. Today she wore a gown of deep crimson, cinched at the waist with a belt of braided gold thread. Her dark hair fell freely down her back. Her lips, the color of rose petals in winter, were curved not in mischief this time, but in confidence. You rise early, Sir Gawayne, she said, stepping into his chamber unannounced but entirely at ease. Does your conscience give you no rest? I am a guest in a noble house, Gawayne replied evenly, and would dishonor it if I lingered in bed like a child or drunkard. Always noble, she murmured. Always careful. Is there nothing that loosens your tongue or warms your blood? Gawayne offered her a seat, which she took without ceremony. He remained standing. I fear, he said with a polite smile, that I am a poor companion in the morning. She studied him closely, and yet yesterday you were charming, gracious, even bold, when you wished to be. He flushed slightly, but said nothing. You did not protest my kiss, she continued, nor do I believe you have forgotten it. Still, he remained silent. So tell me, noble knight, if a lady were to offer not one kiss but two, would you refuse her, or would you keep your courtesy intact? He hesitated. I would accept if it were truly meant, but not if it were meant to mock. The lady smiled, triumphant. Then, before he could say more, she rose and stepped close to him. She kissed him once, light and playful. And then again, longer, slower, with something more dangerous beneath the surface. She lingered near, as if expecting him to speak, to reach for her, to abandon some shred of restraint. but he only bowed his head. "You are generous, my lady," he said, "but I am not my own. I am sworn to another duty, one that will not wait for pleasure." She stared at him for a long moment, then, softly, "Duty is a cold bedfellow." And with that she was gone. Struggle and stillness. When the door closed, Gawayne sat heavily on the edge of his bed. His hands trembled slightly, though from cold or inner conflict he could not say. This was no ordinary trial. This was not a beast to slay, nor a trap to avoid. This was a quiet unraveling of the soul, one thread at a time. In his heart, he felt something stir, not guilt, not quite, but shame, because it was not revulsion he felt when she came to him, it was longing. And what kind of knight longed for what he would not name? He knelt again in prayer that morning, but his words came slower than before. He prayed not for strength, but for clarity, and none came. The second hunt, that evening, the Lord returned again from the woods, laughing and loud, bearing the spoils of the day. A wild boar, fierce and tusked, slain in single combat with spear and knife. "A worthy fight," he bellowed as servants dragged the beast into the hall. "It nearly cost me my leg, but I claimed the better prize." He turned to Gawayne. "Now, sir, what do you offer in return?" Gawayne stepped forward, composed, resolved. He kissed the Lord once upon the cheek, then again. The Lord raised a brow, amused. "A better prize than mine, I wager," he said, laughing. "Shall I ask who gave it?" "You might ask," Gawayne replied with a slight smile, "but I may not answer." The laughter grew, and the exchange was done. But Gawayne felt no joy, for he knew somewhere beneath the laughter and the warmth that this game was not yet over. And each day, it drew him deeper into something he could not name. Chapter 10. The Lady's Visit. Day 3. The third morning rose behind a veil of frost. Snow had fallen during the night, soft and silent, and the castle seemed buried in stillness. Every rooftop, every window ledge, every tree branch beyond the walls was crowned in white. It was a world remade, untouched, pristine. But Sir Gawayne felt no peace in the quiet. He had not slept well. The warmth of the feather bed had done little to ease the unrest in his heart. He had resisted 2 days of temptation, but each morning, the challenge had grown more subtle, more intimate. This was not a contest of strength or swordplay. It was a slow erosion of will, polished in courtesy and dressed in beauty. And today, somehow, he knew it would come to its height. He had not yet risen when the door opened. He did not need to turn. He knew it would be her. The final visit. She stepped in with the grace of a cat and closed the door behind her. This time she wore no elaborate gown, no jewelry, no artifice, just a robe of soft grey wool, simple and unadorned. Her hair was tied back loosely, her face bare of colour, and yet in that simplicity she was more striking than ever. "You rise late, Sir Gawayne," she said softly. "I feared you might be gone." Gawayne sat up slowly. "I am still here, my lady, though my thoughts ride faster than my horse ever could." She gave a sad little smile and came to sit at the edge of his bed. "I know why you do not reach for me," she said. "I know you are too noble, too honourable, too careful, and I begin to wonder, do you ever allow yourself to want anything?" He said nothing. She leaned closer. "Have you never longed for comfort, for softness, for something that asks nothing of you but warmth?" He looked at her. "I am not stone." "Then prove it," she whispered. "Take me. No shame. No consequences. No one need ever know. Let there be one thing in your life not driven by honor." He stared at her, at the honesty in her eyes, at the tenderness in her voice. "And still," he said, "I am sworn." "To what?" she asked, voice rising now. "To pain? To death? What oath demands your head on the block in place of your heart in your chest?" He looked down, struggling for words. Then she reached into the folds of her robe and withdrew something small, a length of green silk, a girdle. She held it out to him, coiled like a serpent. "This," she said, "was given to me by one who knew secrets. If you wear it, no blade can harm you, no weapon will cut your flesh. You may keep your vow and yet live to tell the tale." He stared at it, the green cloth vivid in the pale light. It was nothing, a simple thing, and yet it pulsed with meaning. A way out, a chance, a temptation far deeper than kisses or words. "You need not give it to my husband," she said quietly. "Let it be a secret between us." He hesitated. His breath was shallow. Then he took it. The silk was warm in his hand. She leaned in once more and kissed him, not gently, but with all the longing of a question unanswered. And then she stood, turned, and walked to the door. Before leaving, she glanced back. "For all your honor, Gawayne, you are still a man." And then she was gone. The choice. He sat for a long time after that, staring at the girdle. He had broken no oath, and yet he had agreed to the game, that whatever he received, he would give in exchange. He had not told her no, nor had he told her yes. But now he possessed something he was meant to declare, and did not intend to. One lie, one hidden thing. He tried to pray, but the words would not come. He placed the girdle beneath his tunic, tied snug around his waist like a secret wound. He told himself it was for survival. He told himself it was not betrayal. But he could not meet his own eyes in the polished steel of his helm. The third exchange. That evening, the lord of the castle returned triumphant, dragging a cunning red fox behind him. "The chase was long," he said, laughing, "but I cornered the clever beast at last." He turned to Gawayne. "And what prize have you for me, my friend?" Gawayne stepped forward. He kissed him once, then again, then once more. The third kiss lingered longer than the others. It was not passion, nor pleasure, but the weight of a debt unpaid. The lord laughed heartily. "A fine gift indeed, though I suspect the quarry you chased was more elusive than mine." Gawayne smiled tightly. Perhaps. They feasted as they had before, but Gawayne tasted little. The fire did not warm him. The music grated. The laughter seemed distant. He had not broken his word outright, but a crack had formed, and even the smallest crack can shatter a soul. Tomorrow he would ride to the Green Chapel, and the girdle at his waist felt heavier than any sword. Chapter 11. The Green Chapel Revealed. Dawn broke like a blade across the sky. The world had frozen overnight. The forest beyond the castle shimmered under layers of ice, each branch encased, each leaf turned to glass. There was no wind, no bird song, only silence, and the slow aching creak of snow beneath hooves. Sir Gawayne rode alone. His guide, a silent, hooded servant of the castle, led him through the dense, frost-bitten woods on a narrow trail, riding ahead without speaking. No name had been offered. No words had passed between them since they departed the castle gates. Gawayne did not ask questions. His mind was full. Today was New Year's Day, the day he had sworn to keep, the day of his reckoning. He wore full armor beneath his cloak. His shield was strapped to his saddle, his sword hung at his hip, and beneath his tunic, tight against his waist, he wore the green silk girdle the lady had given him. It itched, not against his skin, but against his soul. A journey of dread. The forest grew darker as they rode. The snow thickened, branches reached like fingers, skeletal and twisted, arching overhead to blot out the pale sky. Once or twice, Gawayne thought he saw movement between the trees, a figure slipping behind a trunk, a glimmer of eyes in the brush, but when he turned to look, there was nothing. Even Gringolet moved more cautiously now, as if sensing the dread that settled over the land. Finally, the guide halted at the edge of a small ravine. "There," he said, his voice the first in hours, "down among the rocks, you will find the Green Chapel." Gawayne looked. At first he saw nothing, just a tangle of boulders and roots, but then he saw it. Half buried in the earth, covered in moss and ice, stood a mound shaped like a barrow. A doorway gaped open at its base. No door, no cross, no steeple, just a black mouth set into the hillside. The stones that formed it were ancient and rough, more natural than built, as though the earth itself had yawned open to swallow men whole. There were no bells, no altar, no sign of God. It was a chapel in name only, and it felt wrong. Old, watching, alive. Gawayne turned to his guide, but the man was already riding away, head down, vanishing into the woods without farewell. He was alone again. The waiting. He dismounted and left Gringolet tethered to a branch. The horse whinnied low, uneasy. Gawayne stroked his neck. "Be still, friend," he murmured. "Whatever comes now, it was promised long ago." He walked down into the hollow, boots crunching in the snow. The wind moaned softly through the bare trees above. As he neared the black arch of the chapel, he paused. The silence was absolute. Then, a sound, grinding, sharpening, metal on stone. A whetstone. He stepped forward slowly and entered. The air was damp and bitterly cold. Inside the hollow, within the earthen walls, stood a stone slab like an altar. A few feet beyond it, beneath a twisted beam of ice-crusted wood, the Green Knight stood, alive, whole, waiting. He turned slowly, the great axe in his hands, its edge shining. "So," he said, in that same deep, echoing voice, "you have come, just as you swore." Gawayne bowed. "I am here," to take what I gave. The Green Knight smiled, not cruelly, but with something close to approval. Few would come, fewer still, with courage unshaken. Gawayne said nothing. He removed his cloak, knelt beside the stone, and bared his neck. His heart thudded against his ribs. This was it. He had come through snow and silence, through lies and longing, to this. "Strike true," he said. The Green Knight raised the axe. It whistled through the air, stopping just above Gawayne's neck. He flinched. The knight chuckled. "Are you move? Are you afraid?" Gawayne exhaled. "Yes." The Green Knight raised the axe again. The second stroke came faster, but again he stopped short. Gawayne gritted his teeth. "If you mean to strike," he said, "then strike. I will not flee." The knight nodded. The third time, the blade came down, and it struck. A flash of pain, sharp and hot, and then gone. Blood trickled down Gawayne's neck, but his head remained upon his shoulders. He opened his eyes. The Green Knight lowered the axe. "It is done," he said. "You are whole, and so is your honor, nearly." Gawayne stood, reaching up to touch the shallow cut at his neck. "Why only a nick?" The Green Knight looked at him, his expression neither mocking nor kind. "You kept your word, mostly. You gave me what you gained on the first day, and the second, and the third." Gawayne's breath caught. "But you kept the girdle." The knight gestured toward Gawayne's waist. "I know what it is, and what it meant. You broke the rules of our game, not in lust, but in fear. You wanted to live." Gawayne's shame was a weight all its own. He fell to his knees, head bowed. "I am false," he whispered. "I have failed, not in steel, but in spirit." But the Green Knight stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You are a man," he said, "and that is no sin. You feared death, and so did I, once, but you came, you knelt, you endured. That is enough." He turned, the axe slung over his back once more. "My name is Bertilac," he said, "lord of the castle you left this morning. This game was not mine alone. It was made by a woman who seeks to test great men. You know her, Morgan Le Fay." Gawayne looked up sharply. "Morgan? She crafted this trial to strike fear into Arthur's court, to show its shining knights that they too can be broken. But you," he smiled again, "you did not break. You bent, yes, but you did not shatter." Gawayne stood slowly, heart still heavy but upright. He touched the green girdle at his waist. "I will keep this," he said, "not for protection, but as a sign of my fault, and of his humanity." The Green Knight bowed. "Then go, Sir Gawayne. You are free." Chapter 12. A Cold New Year. Sir Gawayne emerged from the Green Chapel just as the first light of the new year cracked open the horizon. The forest around him had not changed. The trees were still skeletal and rimmed with frost. The snow still lay silent and undisturbed. The cold still bit at his cheeks and nose. And yet something in the world, something in him, had shifted. His sword remained in its scabbard, his shield still hung from his saddle, his head remained on his shoulders. And yet he did not feel victorious. He felt known, laid bare, the weight of mercy. Gringolet nickered softly as Gawayne approached. The horse's breath steamed in the morning air, and he pawed the ground restlessly, sensing the unease still clinging to his master like frost. Gawayne stroked his mane. "I have failed, my friend," he whispered, "not in body, but in truth." He mounted, the leather saddle creaking beneath his weight, and cast one final glance back at the hollow where the Green Chapel lay hidden in the trees. No bell had tolled, no angel had sung, only the sound of a blade, the sting of shame, and the silence that followed. He pressed his heels gently into Gringolet's sides and the horse obeyed, hooves crunching into the snow as they turned north. The girdle, the green silk girdle, remained tied around his waist, beneath his armor, a constant reminder. It was no longer a charm, it no longer promised safety, it had become a symbol of something deeper, not cowardice, but imperfection. He had faltered, he had withheld the truth out of fear, he had trusted in cloth over God, in secrecy over honor, and for that he had been nicked, not slain. Mercy had been shown, not because he deserved it, but because the Green Knight Bertilac had seen what so few ever do. The heart of a man in conflict with itself, and he had spared him. Still, the weight of it bore down on Gawayne's shoulders, not because he had survived, but because survival had come with the price of knowing himself. The road home, he rode for hours through the frost-bitten wilderness, the silence of the woods pressing in on all sides. Snow began to fall again, thin, soft flakes swirling through the air like memory, He passed places he recognized from his journey in the twisted tree, arching over a frozen stream, the moss-covered standing stone etched with runes, the clearing where he had once dreamed of voices. It all felt distant now, like a half-remembered story. And yet, with each mile, he felt something begin to thaw inside him. Not joy, not quite, but something close to peace. He had kept his vow. Even in fear, even imperfectly, he had faced what he promised to face, and the world had not ended. The road home would be long, but he would not walk it as the same man. The turning year, he reached the edge of the wild lands by dusk. Smoke curled from cottage chimneys in the far distance. Bells rang faintly across the frozen hills, church bells tolling in the new year. He paused on a ridge overlooking the open lands of the north and looked back once more. Behind him lay the chapel, the castle in the woods, the lady with her kiss and her girdle, the game he had played, the blade that had not fallen. Before him stretched fields and hills and the long road to Camelot. "Let this be a new year," he murmured to the wind. "Let it begin in truth." And the snow continued to fall, white as forgiveness, cold as truth, silent as grace. Chapter 13. The Green Knight's Blow. Though the blow had already been struck, Gawayne carried it still. Not in his flesh, but in his mind. The shallow wound at his neck had stopped bleeding, a thin scab forming beneath his collar, but the memory, the sensation of the axe descending, the moment when time itself seemed to pause, the cold kiss of steel brushing against his skin, that would never fade. He had survived the Green Knight's axe. But survival was not triumph, and mercy was not the same as absolution. Recollection at the ravine. As Gringolet picked his way slowly through a rocky gulch thick with melting snow, Gawayne's thoughts returned again and again to the moment of the final stroke. How still the world had been inside the chapel, how loud his own breath had sounded, how deliberate the knight's movements had been, testing him, twice, then striking true and yet sparing his life. He recalled the feel of the cold stone beneath his knees, the taste of fear in his mouth, and above all, the weight of his own words. "Strike true," he had said, and Bercelac had done so, with precision and with meaning. Each of the 3 blows had spoken, the first for the kiss, the second for the second, and the third for the girdle he had concealed. Had the Green Knight wanted vengeance, he could have ended Gawayne with a single swing, but he had chosen instead to offer judgment, measured, merciful, and honest. And it was that honesty, more than the axe, that had cut deepest. Confession to the cold. That night, Gawayne made camp alone beneath the bare arms of a dying oak. He built a fire from fallen branches, warmed his hands over the flickering flames, and removed his armor piece by piece. The snow fell gently, soundless and slow. He drew the green girdle from beneath his tunic and held it in his hands. The silk shimmered in the firelight. It had not saved him, not truly, but it had shown him the truth of himself. He stared at it for a long while before speaking. "I was afraid," he said aloud, though no one listened, "not just of death, but of failing, of appearing weak, of being unworthy of the songs they sing." He laughed bitterly. "I see now that I already was." He tied the girdle again around his waist, not for protection, but as penance. "Let it be a sign," he whispered, "that I am not perfect, that I was tempted, and that I was spared." He did not sleep well. The wind howled through the branches above, and the snow covered the tracks he had left behind. But when he woke, he felt lighter. Not unburdened, but clearer. He would return to Camelot, and he would tell them everything. Not just of the axe and the Green Knight, but of the girdle, the kiss, the lie, and the mercy. He would not hide his shame behind silence. He would wear it openly. And in that, perhaps, he might find something greater than honor. He might find truth. Chapter 14. Truth Revealed. The road back to Camelot was long. Days passed beneath slate-colored skies, where the sun hung low and cold, casting pale light over snow-washed hills. Sir Gawayne traveled in solitude, not as a conquering hero, but as a man remade, quiet, stripped of vanity, carrying more reflection than reward. The green girdle remained tied at his waist. It chafed less now, not against the body, but against pride. It had become not a symbol of shame alone, but of truth carried into the light. He had worn it into temptation. He had failed to surrender it. He had been spared despite that failure. And now he wore it openly, so he could never forget. The castle revisited. Before he crossed back into the lands of Arthur, Gawayne turned once more to the forest, to the castle that had once offered him warmth, hospitality, and hidden trial. He found it, as before, tucked among the trees. But something had changed. The gates stood open, unmanned, the torches unlit. The towers looked weathered, less enchanted than they had once seemed. A fine dust lay over the stone steps. No hounds barked, no laughter echoed from within. It was as if the place had folded inward, its magic spent, its play complete. Still, he entered. In the great hall he found Lord Berkelach sitting by the cold hearth, no hunting gear upon him now, only a plain robe and a sharp, knowing smile. "You return," Berkelach said, "with your head still attached. A rare thing." Gawayne approached and bowed deeply. "You spared me. I did not deserve it." "You came when most would not," said Berkelach. "You faced the blade. That is no small thing. But I flinched. I hid the girdle. I broke the bargain. And I marked you for it," Berkelach replied, motioning toward the faint scar beneath Gawayne's collar, a wound not of steel, but of pride. He leaned forward, his voice lower. "It was not I who tested you. It was Morgan Le Fay." Gawayne's breath caught. "My aunt," he whispered. "Arthur's sister." Berkelach nodded. She wove this entire web to humble Camelot, to frighten its king, to prove that even the best of men might falter. Gawayne closed his eyes, the weight of it settling into him anew. "And I did falter." "Yes," said Berkelach. "But you did not flee, you confessed, and that, in the end, is what matters." The knight stood. "This place is not meant to last. It will fade, like all enchantments, but your story, your truth will remain." Gawayne bowed once more, deeply. "Thank you," he said. Then he turned, left the castle behind, and began the final leg of his journey home. When at last Camelot's towers rose in the distance, their familiar banners snapping in the wind, Gawayne felt a knot in his chest. It was not joy. It was not dread. It was something deeper, reverence perhaps, or the solemnity of a man bearing truth into a place where legends live. He crossed the drawbridge as the guards cried out his name. Horns sounded. Word spread swiftly. Gawayne had returned. The court gathered in the great hall. Arthur, Guinevere, Lancelot, and all the knights of the Round Table. They greeted him with cheers, with outstretched arms, with pride and wonder. But Gawayne raised his hand to still them. He stepped into the center of the chamber, removed the green girdle from beneath his cloak, and held it high. "This," he said, "is my fault." Silence fell. "I went forth to uphold our honor, but I did not return untouched. I was tempted, and I was afraid. I lied to keep this hidden, and though I did not fall to a blade, I carry the wound all the same." He turned to Arthur. "I am not the knight you sent forth. I am not the man they sing of in poems. I am only Gawayne, and I have sinned." And he tied the green girdle once more around his waist, not in defiance, but in penance. There was a long pause. Then Arthur stood. "You are the man we hoped for," he said. "Not perfect, but true. A knight who admits his faults is worth more than 10 who hide them beneath glory." One by one, the other knights rose, and one by one, they removed green sashes, scarves or cords from their own cloaks, and tied them at their waists. A brotherhood formed not in flawless deeds, but in the shared vow to live honestly. And thus the girdle, once a mark of shame, became a badge of humility, a symbol of the truth Gawayne had earned, not by being without fault, but by owning it. Chapter 15. Gawayne's Shame. The court celebrated his return. Banners were raised, torches lit, and tables set with roast meats, spiced wine, and silvered fruit. Music echoed through the halls of Camelot, and minstrels composed songs before the night had even passed. They sang of Sir Gawayne, the brave, who met the Green Knight and returned whole, his head unbowed, his honor intact. But Gawayne did not celebrate. He sat among his brethren at the Round Table, the green girdle still tied plainly at his waist. But he did not lift his goblet nor laugh at jest. His gaze often drifted toward the fire, unfocused, haunted by the echo of a blade whispering past his neck. He had survived, but he had not emerged clean. He knew it, and worse, so did the man who had spared him. The private burden. After the feast, long after the torches had burned low, and the laughter faded into weary murmurs, Gawayne walked alone through the quiet corridors of the castle. The cold stone beneath his feet felt heavier than armor. He made his way to the chapel, the real one, not the earth-covered tomb of the Green Knight. Here, candlelight flickered gently against wooden pews and stained glass. Here, the scent was of beeswax and incense, not moss and blood. He knelt before the altar. "My lord," he whispered. "What am I now?" He had knelt so many times before in places like this. Before battles, before journeys, before feasts, always with the same heart, steady, eager, unburdened. Now he was something else. "I kept my word in body," he said, "but not in soul." He touched the green girdle at his waist. "I wore this not with pride, but with fear. I was willing to lie to live, and now that I live, I wish I had not needed to lie." Silence answered him. But within that silence, something stirred, not condemnation, not punishment, something simpler, understanding. He bowed his head and wept. Not loudly, not broken, but with a quietness that only those who truly see themselves can feel. It was not the shame of failure, but the shame of recognizing weakness long denied. And that, in truth, was its own kind of absolution. The girdle reimagined. In the days that followed, Gawayne did not remove the girdle. He wore it each day, at court, in training, at table, not as ornament, not as talisman, but as truth. It became a mark not of failure, but of honesty. When others asked, he told them plainly, "It is the price of my survival, and a reminder of my imperfection." Arthur supported him openly. "Let all knights of my court wear a green sash from this day forth," he declared, not to match Gawayne's shame, but to honor his courage to reveal it. And so it was. Not because they were all guilty of the same fault, but because they all could be. Because even the greatest of knights must remember that they too are mortal. That temptation comes not only from monsters and enemies, but from within. Humility among legends. In the halls of Camelot, Gawayne's name remained golden, but in his own heart, he placed it humbly among the common men. He trained harder, he prayed more, he listened to the young squires without condescension. He sat quietly when songs were sung about him, offering no correction, but neither seeking the praise. And when a boy once asked him, "Sir Gawayne, were you afraid when you faced the Green Knight?" he answered with a steady voice, "Yes, more than I have ever been." "But you didn't run." "I wanted to," Gawayne said. "I wanted to live, and I nearly let that want rule me. But in the end, I faced the blow, not because I was fearless, but because I chose to be true." The boy stared up at him with wide eyes. "Is that what being a knight means?" Gawayne smiled faintly. "It means being honest, especially when it's hardest." Chapter 16. Return to Camelot. The gates of Camelot had opened for Sir Gawayne weeks ago, but only now, after quiet reflection, confession, and a court's shared understanding, did he truly return. For the journey home was not measured in miles, but in meaning. Camelot itself was unchanged. Proud towers gleaming against winter skies, banners fluttering above snow-dusted battlements, the great hall alive with noble voices and polished armor. To the realm, Gawayne's return was a sign of endurance, a knight who had faced a mythical terror and lived to tell the tale. But to Gawayne, the stones seemed older. The familiar halls, once sources of comfort and certainty, now held echoes of the man he had been before the journey, and they no longer fit him the same way. A hero's welcome. The people cheered in the streets. Children ran beside Gringolet, tossing sprigs of holly and ivy at his hooves. The townsfolk had heard tales from traders and messengers, stories spun like gold. Gawayne and the Green Giant, the knight who survived the unkillable, the blade and the girdle. He was their hero, but Gawayne received their praise with gentleness, not pride. He offered thanks, but no boasts. He smiled, but did not bask. It was not false modesty, it was clarity. They saw the surface of the tale. He carried its weight. At the castle gates, King Arthur stood waiting, flanked by Queen Guinevere and the Knights of the Round Table. When Gawayne dismounted and bowed, Arthur approached, not as a king receiving tribute, but as an uncle greeting a changed son. "Rise, Gawayne," he said warmly. "We see what you bring." And Gawayne rose, the green girdle tied openly at his hip, speaking the whole truth. In the great hall, before the assembled court, Gawayne was asked by the king himself to tell the tale in full. Not the polished version sung by minstrels, but the truth. He did. He told them of the Green Knight's entrance on New Year's Day, of the beheading game, and his long journey through wild lands. He spoke of the castle in the forest, of the lord and the bargain, of the 3 kisses and the girdle he chose to keep. He spoke of the Green Chapel, of the blow that came and did not kill, and of the shame that did. When he finished, the hall was quiet. It was not silence born of judgment, but of awe, not at his victory, but at his vulnerability. Then Arthur stood, and with a voice both proud and solemn spoke, "Let all who wear arms in my service take a green sash upon their belts. not for glory, but as Gawayne does, to remember that honor is not the absence of fault, but the courage to face it. And so the court obeyed. From that day on, knights of Camelot wore green sashes not as marks of shame, but of solidarity. For they knew what had happened to Gawayne could happen to any of them, and in that knowing there was grace. A changed place. In the weeks that followed, Gawayne resumed his place among the Round Table, but he returned not as the golden youth of before, but as something finer. He listened more, laughed more softly, and asked questions where once he offered answers. Young knights looked to him with greater respect, not because he had survived, but because he had confessed. He was not the strongest, nor the most dazzling, but he was now the truest. Even Arthur, proud as he was of all his warriors, kept Gawayne closest in council, and the Queen, watching from behind veils of courtly tradition, smiled quietly when she saw how the kingdom had not lost its knight, but gained a man. Chapter 17. Reflections at Court. Winter lingered in Camelot. The frost still silvered the morning grass, and thin sheets of ice veiled the fountains in the palace gardens. But within the walls of Arthur's court, a different season had taken hold, a quiet, contemplative spring, born not of weather, but of example. For in the weeks following Gawayne's return, a subtle change stirred among the Round Table. It was not shouted, not sung, not commanded, but it was felt, the night of quiet honor. Where once Sir Gawayne had been known for his elegance, his chivalry, and the sheen of his polished armor, now he was known for something rarer, humility. He spoke less, and listened more. He did not claim the first seat at banquets nor the brightest place in parades. He trained with the young squires as he once had, correcting their forms gently, reminding them that valor was not in victory alone, but in the restraint that precedes it. He remained noble, not diminished, but deepened. He had faced the impossible and returned not proud, but honest. That honesty resonated through the court. Even the boldest of Arthur's knights, Sir Lancelot, Sir Kay, Sir Tristan, had begun to reflect more often, to weigh their words with greater care. It was as though Gawayne's journey had cracked open the marble shell of knighthood and revealed the man beneath. And they saw themselves in him, fallible, and so forgivable. The green sash. The green sash had become a fixture at court. Some knights wore it over their shoulders, others as a belt. A few wrapped it around their sword hilts. There were no orders to do so, and yet none neglected it. Even those who had never met the Green Knight wore the token in silent unity. To onlookers, it seemed a strange adornment, a simple length of green cloth, no jewels, no embroidery, no emblems. But to those who wore it, it was a badge of something more enduring than conquest. Vulnerability embraced, fault admitted, honor earned through humility. Even Queen Guinevere, ever composed and radiant, had a ribbon of green stitched into her gown's lining, a quiet sign of respect for the knight who had returned not unmarked but truthful. Conversations in the chateaus. On one still afternoon, Gawayne found himself walking the cloister garden with King Arthur. The two often walked together now, not as king and knight, but as uncle and nephew, bound by something deeper than blood, shared understanding of the weight that leadership carried. "You have given this court something I could not," Arthur said quietly. Gawayne looked up. "Your Majesty." "You've made them honest," Arthur replied. "You let them see the space between perfection and truth, and taught them not to fear it." Gawayne looked down at the green sash still tied around his waist. "I only gave them what I had left," he said. "My failing, my shame." Arthur smiled. "Then perhaps it is our failings that save us." They walked a while longer, the hush of the garden surrounding them. Then Arthur added, "Would you change it if you could? The girdle, the kiss, the lie?" Gawayne paused. Then, after a long breath, "I would not take the lie back without taking the fear that caused it. And I would not give back the fear because it taught me who I truly am." Arthur nodded. "That is why you are still my finest knight." And they walked on, silent once more. The example set, in the seasons that followed, young knights were often told the tale of the Green Knight, not as a tale of miraculous survival or supernatural trial, but as a parable of honor tested. Not all understood it, but the wisest among them listened closely to the part where Gawayne confesses, where he stands before the king and court, and bears not his blade but his heart. That was the true blow of the story, and it had landed, clean and deep. Chapter 18. The legend lives on. Years passed. Seasons turned, kings grew older, wars flared and faded. But within the stone halls of Camelot, the tale of Sir Gawayne and the Green Knight did not dim, it deepened. It was told not just in feast halls and tourneys, but in hushed tones around hearths, in candlelit cloisters, and on moonlit rides beneath the stars. It was not a story of conquest, nor of monsters vanquished. It was not even, in the end, a tale of triumph. It was something rarer, a story of truth. From man to myth, the name of Gawayne became more than a name. It became a mirror. Poets sang of his virtue, yes, but they sang too of his flaw, of the green girdle tied at his waist, the hidden fear, the lie told in desperation, and of how he returned and told the truth when no one would have known had he stayed silent. That was what gave the tale its power. Not that Gawayne survived, but that he admitted he almost didn't, and in doing so became more than a knight. He became an example. In the training yards, when a squire stumbled and rose again, the old knights would say, "Even Gawayne fell." In the courts of kings, when justice required mercy, they would whisper, "Let the Green Knight's mercy not be wasted." And when men feared the cost of truth, they would say, "Better a wound confessed than a sin concealed." Thus did Gawayne's legend grow, not brighter, but truer. The man who remained. In time, the songs gave way to silence. The world changed. Camelot's golden age would pass, as all golden things do, but Gawayne lived long within it, honored, humble, and steadfast. He grew older, his armor dulled with years, his hands stiffened from long winters and old wounds, but the green sash never left his side. He wore it still, not for protection, but for memory. He mentored younger knights with gentleness, trained not to chase glory, but to know themselves. He often reminded them with quiet conviction, "Your sword is not your strength, your honesty is." They listened, and some of them understood. Gawayne no longer sought praise. He no longer feared weakness. He had walked into the woods, met a blade, and returned with the one thing no other knight ever truly brought back: humility. The last ride. The day came, as it must for all men, when Gawayne no longer rose to greet the dawn in armor. He passed not on a battlefield, but in his bed, with his sword beside him and the green girdle tied still at his waist. His final breath was taken not with fear, but with peace. And as he passed, it was said the wind in the trees sounded like a distant axe sweeping through the air, but striking only softly, as if in benediction. Camelot mourned, but more than mourning, it remembered. His sash was laid across his tomb, and around the round table, and in every kingdom that had once honored Arthur's name, green cloths were worn, not in grief, but in gratitude. Not as symbols of perfection, but as reminders that legends are made not of flawless men, but of those who dare to face themselves. And so the tale was told, of a knight who accepted a challenge, who faltered but returned, who bore a wound but not disgrace, who wore his flaw in plain sight, and, in doing so, taught others what true honor really means. Thus lives the legend of Sir Gawayne, not in triumph, but in truth. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.